G'day, G'dunts. How are we on this fine morning? We got Git migration to do. What up, Ferg? How you doing? Quick, Ferg, you can still be second. You can be second, Ferg. Hurry, redeem second. Morning, Cam. How you doing? You have 0 points still? Well, that's what you get for appearing to be a 16-year-old Australian, even though you're like a 21-year-old Scottish guy. 19. That's it. Honestly, you hit a certain age where everyone under like 25 just looks like a kid. You can't tell how old they are. You're like, you look at them and you're like, I don't know. You seem like you're still in high school. You're a child. That's all. There's also a certain point, like, when you're a kid, there's like a certain point, like 60 and up, everyone looks the same. And then the closer you get to 60, you're like, oh no, I can tell the difference. But then you look back at younger people and you're like, I can't tell how old you are. I swear when I was 20, everyone looked like they were what I would consider 30 nowadays. Time sucks. But how are we? How are we all? We're migrating our Git this morning. Moving over to our private Git server. Why did... What? That one. Jesus. Alright, let's do connections while these ads go past. Huh? The ads go... Units of measurement. Now this is bad. Connections GG is bad. Because I can't do that. I can't, because if I do that and I submit, I now have 2 that are missing, so I can't complete it. That website's a bit busted, I think. Just a tiny bit. Alright, let's see what we've got here. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Sprinkler. They missed the unique filter. They did. They very much did. But even if you miss the unique filter, you just grab the first one that appears, you know? And you just deal with that. Jed. What? Bunny? Bunny, gnome, devil, and... L. Things that aren't real. I don't know. Que sera eris el? I don't know. What the hell is the connection here? What? Grill, sear. I don't see any other form of cooking. Gnome sprinkler shed grill. Oh my god. Things seen in a yard. Well done, gamer. Well done. G'day, Grin. How you doing? You have to think like an idiot. Sear, Eris, is Sarah. They all use the same letters. Dex. Nice. That one at least makes sense. That one's smart. I'm fine with anagrams. Now we also have to remember, can we, like, are there 4 words here that you can put the before? As in, the devil, the jacket, the bunny, the queue, the bowl. Is that, how do you spell care? Nah, that wouldn't be it anyway. RQL. Q maybe? What's the connection there? Letter homophones. Because it's R, L, Q, Q. Right. That one I'm fine with. Yep. Oh, dust bunny, dust bowl, dust devil, dust jacket. Right. Yep. Of course. I told you we had to find 4 things that had some word before them. Alright. Easy money indeed. Dex is second. Damn. Not too bad. Ensuring you update the remote URL as needed. So, I think what I need to do, like, first thing I need to do is update it so that it's pointing to the correct thing. Updated to use git push mirror origin instead of git push f origin as suggested in the comments. This worked flawlessly. Git clone mirror. CD, new directory where your old repo was cloned. Git remote set URL origin. Yep. Git push mirror. I have to mention though that this creates a mirror of your current repo and then pushes that to the new location. Therefore, this can take some time for larger repos or slow connections. See also the receipt section. But if I just... to add the new repo location, git repo add, or git remote add, then push the content to the new location. Finally remove the old one. After that, you can do what B Donlin said, edit the git config, change the new repo name to origin. If you don't remove origin, you can simply just push changes to the new repo with git push new repo name master. Okay. If you want to migrate all branches and tags, you should use the following. Alright, so I guess that's what we're doing. Well, first of all, let's have a look. Git status, workspace. Final commit before migrating. Let's so what I want to do, Sizzler, how you doing? No, you're not late yet. You're not late yet. Go on, Sizzler, you can claim it. You got this. There we go. Sizzler's third. Love it. Absolutely love it. And the Decimator is late. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh, our playtest page was approved. I haven't made it live yet or visible because we're still waiting on the build. We're still waiting on the game build to be approved. Going down the hell that is IK. Yuck. Yuck. That's ew. Why would you force yourself through hell? Okay, we'll just get this set up so that I don't forget that. There we go. Can't be bothered to make proper animations. I mean, have you seen what Wallaber's been doing? Like, yeah, like Wallaber's IK stuff with the guy in the car and whatnot. That's awesome. I like that. That's a good use of IK right there. I almost asked him for his IK solution, then realized no standard IK solution would work for my joints. Ouch. Ouch. That's alright. You get to go through the learning process. Git clone mirror. Git at github.com. Not a games. Bobble Shop Sim Git. Is that it? Bobble Shop Simulator. There's no underscore. A lot of IK systems kind of assume it's a ball joint, and I couldn't find a nice way of splitting the axis across multiple bones. Okay. Is there any reason why you can't just fake it? Like, have it be a ball joint, but like fake the fake it to look like it's not? Is that not possible? You know, it's just dawned on me. I don't need to copy everything over. The joints on my models aren't ball joints. Yeah, but with a lot of stuff in game development, you kind of bake things. Like how when you're playing an FPS like Cyberpunk or something like that, and they're holding a big gun. The like models actually like really weirdly deformed and stuff. so that they can hold this huge weapon and still look correct in front of the camera. But the player's never going to see that because it's first person and the reflection doesn't display that. What's up, Nair? How you doing? Let's go into here. Okay, so it's done that. But I think I only have the one branch and I don't have any tags. I don't care about history either. So if I... RF. Bobble Shop Simulator Git. If I move you back to there, CD into here, go git remote set origin. Is that right? Oops. Breaking all the stuff there. Git remote set URL. And what I'm going to need is git remote v git at VPS VPS OVHCA server git Bobble Shop Simulator Git. If I set that, the joints I'm using are basically just a hinge on a swiveling point, which causes issues. The reason I'm not using a ball joint is because it's more versatile and has a lot more movement range for a pretty small package, which means I don't need to cheat with the joints, but also allegedly stronger than a ball joint since it's spread across multiple points. But can you set that up in Blender? I haven't done armature stuff yet, so I'm just wondering, like, you already have it rigged? But yeah, you have it rigged, but can the IK be configured for that type of stuff? Doing the IK with bone modifiers in Godot. Right. Right. So it's all bone modifiers in Godot. Okay. If I do git SSH Debian I think I tried to set this up using my own domain name, but it didn't work. Yeah, cool. if you're not supposed to be here, right off. I like that. That's a nice welcome message, isn't it? The way I'm balling the hands up into fists is just skeleton modifier as well. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Let's CD into here. Pseudo move. Bobble Shop Sim get. It's a Bobble Shop Simulator get.
I lost my 65 stream streak, sad face, all is lost.
I noticed. You know, you can watch the VODs to keep your streams going. So if you miss a stream, you can like watch the VOD until you keep the stream. At least that's the notification I've been getting. That's been my notification. I did that because I missed a stream yesterday. I couldn't double watch VODs to keep it going. So yep. So, well, there was only one stream yesterday. But you're probably talking about American yesterday, which would be my 2 days ago. I don't know. It's confusing. So if I do a git push dash f origin, nice. I don't care about all the history and stuff. I only have one branch at the moment, so I don't need to worry about things. So we can just push this branch up. That's it. And this is reminding me that I need to set up a Git server. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Using GitHub right now because I don't care. Yeah, me too. But then I saw what Microsoft was doing with migrating that to under the AI team, and I was like, as soon as that goes through early next year, that they're going to be changing their TOS to be like, oh yeah, by the way, if it's a public repo, we're going to be training our shit on your data. If it's a private repo and you're not paying for, like, you're not paying anything, we're gonna use your code for training. Considered migrating to Codeberg, but heard stuff about Codeberg kind of disregarding private repos. Interesting. So the question now, if I clone yeah, git clone. that to Bobble Shop Sim. I just want to check. Already done that. It's already main. Considered my, hopefully the game makes enough money to rent out a VPS. And you can rent out a VPS. Like my one's like 6 AU a month. $6 AU a month. So, it should be more than enough. OVH. These ones. So they've got a ton of different ones. But I just kind of went with VPS. And you can get like this one here, $4.20 a month, no installation fees. This is US dollars, by the way. 4 V cores, 8 gig RAM, 75 gig SSD, daily backups, 400 megabit per second public bandwidth, unlimited traffic. Like, holy crap, that's generous. I know, right? I know. Yeah. Then for $45 a month, 24 V cores, 96 gig RAM, 400 gig SSD. You can also go like a dedicated server. So you can go like storage servers. If you're just using it for Git. But they cost a lot because they've got a lot more bandwidth and they have a shit ton of storage. And they're a lot more powerful. So, you know, there's game servers for video games and streaming and stuff. These things are like a lot. But yeah, just standard VPS is perfectly fine. And they've got a bunch of distributions as well. So you can go Fedora, Alma Linux, Cloud Linux, Debian, Rocky Linux, Ubuntu, FreeBSD, or you can just go like your basic stuff like Docker and Plesk and cPanel and whatnot. Yeah. They have WordPress VPSs. They have whatever PrestaShop is. I've never heard of PrestaShop. I do like how they've split out Linux VPS, Ubuntu VPS, and Debian VPS, as if these two aren't Linux VPS. Look at this guy. Doesn't even donate all his data to Microsoft. What a nerd. Git status on branch master. Okay. Excellent. It's got the blend file. It's got the GLBs. It's got the blend file stuff. Cool. Because that's one thing that I always disliked about GitHub, is that files that were too large, it wouldn't upload them. Although it looks like it's done the same thing here, like... What's with the sacrificial acid still being there? So you see there's a building trez, but you can see there's no street dot blend. Assets. Buildings. So see we got street dot blend here. That's the main thing we want. Needs Git LFS. Yeah, but you gotta pay GitHub for their Git LFS stuff. I'm pretty sure over here, if I do... yeah, I've already got Git LFS installed. Yesterday, did I click the good day or good night when I left? That's a good question, Skate. I don't remember. Why'd you leave the microwave running? It needed the exercise. It was putting on a bit of weight. So, yeah. I mean, it does eat a lot of bad food. I thought you were setting up your own Git. I've already set up my own Git. So down here's my Git server. And we're migrating from GitHub to this Git server. Yeah. Why'd you leave the keys upon the table? I wanted to. Sorry, I thought you were doing chop suey. Since when the chops... What? I don't think you trust. I don't trust GitHub, no. You're doing chop suey. Yep, you're still going with chop suey. Never mind. I don't think people have realized I can't say hi here. It doesn't matter if people realize or not, Oki. It doesn't matter. Redacted for Twitch TOS. Oh, funny. I love it. Oh, that's right. That's right. I can also do RM of that. We don't need that anymore. I'm going to get rid of all of these GLBs as well. Assets. Bobbles. And we can do the same, but with that. And also large bobbles. What else? That's fine. We can get rid of windows. We can get rid of stores.blend as well. That's buildings. Stores. This is basically just a bit of cleanup. Yeah. What's your backup strategy in case your VPS crashes? I have a NAS. I have a NAS sitting just over there. Yeah. So what I've been doing is I've been manually copying stuff over to my NAS. Once we've got this done, I'm going to set up a command that I can run that will take a project name. So in this case, Bobble Shop Simulator, and have that be like have that automatically move over to the NAS. So you'll mirror your remote Git on your NAS, or do you go NAS to VPS? I don't go NAS to VPS or remote Git to my NAS. I have them disconnected. I have them completely disconnected. So my NAS is literally just a copy of this folder, this Bobble Shop Sim folder, all of the assets and everything over. It doesn't care about anything Git specific. It'll have the Git files, like it'll have the .git and the Git attributes and the Git ignore and whatnot, but it's not going to be a mirror of anything. Probably smart to not connect the NAS to anything. Yeah, it's just an extra link that like makes it more annoying to back up, because like I don't want to have to set up anything Git on the NAS. Like I just want to, if I need to, I just want to copy the folder off onto my machine, and then we're good to go again. If something goes wrong with my VPS, then I mean I can just get my VPS back up and running and commit my PC up to the VPS. If something goes wrong with the SSD of this computer and I lose everything and I have to get a new SSD, then I can just check out from my VPS, sort of thing. And my NAS is kind of a last resort in case something happens to my VPS and I lose my SSD on this machine at the same time. Then I've got my NAS to kind of back up from. So, yeah, very much a last resort. I do want to update my NAS as well. So currently I've got like 2 terabytes of storage on my NAS. And it's only 2 drives. Like it's a 2-bay NAS. And I want to upgrade that to like a TerraMaster or something like that. Whatever they're called. And I want to have at least a 4-bay NAS. And then probably start migrating them to like 20 terabyte drives or something. Because then I can start storing a lot of video footage on them and stuff like that as well. So yeah. Actually, that reminds me. When are the Game Awards? December 11th. That is 7:30 p.m. $10:30 a.m. tomorrow. So yeah, it'll be 10:30 a.m. tomorrow for me. So it's going to be during stream. That's nice. I can actually watch a bit of it. Oh yeah. Oh, 11:30 a.m. Oh, that clock site didn't take into account daylight savings. Fortnite has gifted us with a new CVE for Christmas. They really shouldn't have. Oh, Fortinet. Fortinet. What? Fortinet warns of critical FortiCloud SSO login auth bypass flaws. New Shadow V2 botnet malware used AWS outage as a test opportunity. Fortinet patches critical authentication bypass vulnerabilities. God damn. God damn. Hey, you doing, Small? I take it you have to deal with that at work. Why are you saying that's been renamed? It was deleted. I deleted that. Oh, that's funny. I thought I deleted all of those. I did delete all of those. I need to remove all of those. Not me specifically, but my team will send out an advisory and follow up with people who we find have the vulnerability in asset note. Nah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That's fair. Don't forget to update all your React Next projects as well. Yep, if you're using NPM and React and whatnot, don't forget, update every day so that you can get the latest version of the security vulnerability. Okay? Every tech company seems to be shitting the bed lately. It's because they're getting to a point where they're so large, but they don't have enough staff because they're trying to get AI to do everything. They got high off their own supply of vibe coding. Yeah. Like, no one has found the balance of AI and people yet. Like, it's... Everyone's kind of gone too heavy on the AI part. And then it's going to swing back the other way, and then people aren't going to be using enough AI. And it's going to slowly balance out, you know? How do I... Hang on. Git remove file from stage. It's just git remove, isn't it? I mean, I can just do that, I guess. No, because if I do a reset... Why are you pointing me to a GitHub? Oh, right, it's this thing. Hacker News. First successful telemetry from Starship HOS 9 on the Sea of Tranquility. Okay. A 100% Rust kernel is now upstream in Linux 7.4. Why I still write raw code instead of prompting the compiler. Google kills Gemini Cloud Service, yep. Debian 18 Trixie released 14 hours ago. Is it time to rewrite sudo in Zig? Why not rewrite sudo in fucking assembly? Like, just... It works fine. Stop screwing with shit. Jesus Christ. Playing GTA 6 on a RISC-V cluster. What? What? I like all of these news. I like all of these news things. Reverse engineering the Neuralink v4 Bluetooth protocol. I like that. I like that. That's going to be big news. That's going to be very big news. Oh my god, they finally released SQLite 4.0. Microsoft Office 365 prices increased $40 a user per month. Now that one breaks the illusion. That one breaks the illusion, Small. Because we all know that in 2035, Microsoft Office 365 is not going to be increasing to $40 a user a month. Alright? Alright? It's going to be Microsoft Cortana 365. Okay? And it's going to be increasing to $130 a month. Not 40. That's... Broke the illusion. Broke the illusion. Unrealistic in my opinion. No Google product lasts 10 years without being rebranded several times or shut down. True. That's true. What up, David? How you doing? All I want to do is remove these ones. Oh, deleted. Never mind. Never mind, that's correct. Blend files. Large files for all. Yep. Lovely. They changed from googlemail.com to gmail.com. Counterpoint, Gmail. No, didn't, like, Gmail was something else, and then they bought Gmail. Yeah. People do forget that Gemini used to be barred. Yeah. Yeah. I do need to change this so that it accepts my... It accepts my... What do you call it? Oh, what do you call it? There we go. Lovely. So that it uses my SSH, my git SSH credentials instead of prompting me for a password every time I do a git clone. Yeah. Completely forgot about Bard. Everyone forgot about Bard. No. It was the only bard that didn't tell a good story. A Google Plus account when it was new. So I think that's good. I think we're set there. We can leave this. Alright. I think Google failed to grasp what it means to be a social network, so they never tried again. And went down the enterprise route. Because that reminds me. Fallout Season 2. I saw the trailer for this. Ooh, December 17. Ooh. Yay. Have something to watch. Alright, we're migrated. That was very easy. That was super duper easy, in fact. Let me see what happens here. Yep, cool. So we can get rid of you. And then they made search as shit as possible to drive up Gemini usage over the last few years. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think their search, their search has been getting worse and worse before AI stuff started to become popular. Started to become useful. It's wild to me how inaccurate search has become. Atlassian search is awful now. Well, yeah. This is why I use things like DuckDuckGo and whatnot, and turn off the AI side of things on them. It's just more relevant these days. What did I want to do? That's right. Git accept SSH instead of login. Find my Git repo over SSH. I have to re-enter my password. How can I configure it so Git doesn't need my password multiple times? I had a similar problem with GitHub because I was using HTTPS protocol. With starting line with that to switch your protocol. But my protocol's already switched to that. Ah, no, that's right. That's right. It's asking me per passphrase, isn't it? Yeah. It's asking me for the passphrase of my SSH key. Yeah. That makes sense too. I'm fine with that. Fine with that. On the plus side, Atlassian's AI scans our retros in Confluence, and so will recall our shit posting if we ask it about retro stuff. Sounds like a waste of time. What was the other thing that I needed to do? That's right. see. Git. I want to see what origin is set to. I want to change origin to be this branch. Is that my only branch? It's starred. This current branch. But I want to make sure that my origin... Git check origin. So that if I do check it out, it just automatically has that. There. So let's git remote v. Check default branch. Git remote show origin. Head branch is unknown. Remote branch main tracked. Main merges with remote main. Main pushes to main. Okay. So main is the remote tracked. Oh, it's the remote branch. But the head branch is unknown. And is the head branch unknown because main is the remote branch? What was it? Oh no, it's asking for the password. Interesting. It is asking for the actual password for Git user, not my SSH. Alright, SRV git Bobble Shop Sim for the head branch. Main tracked. Local branch configured for git pull. Because if I go like before when I cloned this repo down, it was by default in master. But I don't know if that's like a git. Yeah, I don't know. It's working for now. I'll figure the ins and outs later. Next thing. What's the next thing we need to do? We need to set up a demo branch, which will be our playtest that becomes our demo. That way we can start working on this stuff, and we can have this stuff merge back into the main branch. So we can check out demo. And give that a push. Booked over my co-worker's normal desk in our hot desk booking. Okay, cool. So Master's not known. What up, Julian? How you doing? I saw your game intro screen on TikTok. Looks awesome. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much apprecited. It was that was created by the Cobbler. That was created by Cobbler. A member of the community. Yeah. It was very well done. Very well done. I do think for my next game, because I'm doing a bunch of 3D modeling learning at the moment, for my next game, what I want to do is not just have it as like the glasses and like flashing neon lights that transition to the Godot bot. But what I want to do is I want to make it so that there's no Godot bot, and it's more of a 3D short cinematic sort of thing, like a lot of splash screens are these days, and have a character that has the spiral eyes or something. I don't know. I'm still thinking about what I want it to be for the next game. You know, have an evolution of splash screens. Alright, so we've got the demo branch. That's checked out. What else? I don't know. We've got ads though, so let's do this while the ads play. Give me a game. Throw out a game. Any game. Doesn't matter what it is. I don't want to start with Path of Exile or Dishonored again. I start with Path of Exile and Dishonored way too much. Yeah. Way too much. Yippee, it's still going up. What's the DRAM exchange? Satisfactory? Alright. Okay. It does have first person as one of the perspectives. It's before 2019. Oh, DRAM. Sorry, I saw DRAM exchange and I thought it was like a cryptocurrency. I thought I was like, oh, what's DRAM? Yep. Yep. Still going up. So I'm assuming it's going to be first person and third person, but it could be first person and text. So it might be Neon White, but I think Neon White was 2019. So anyway, this is before 2019. We know it's on Windows, but we don't know what else it's on. We could try iRacing. What the hell is iRacing? iRacing's not a thing. We can try like a Need for Speed. Underground 2. Oh, look at that. Look at that. First person, third person, 2004. It's not racing, not sim, not indie, not strategy, not open world, but it is it's probably sci-fi. Probably sci-fi. BioShock was not released in 2004. Thank you very much, Sammy. Bioshock is well after. It's like 2007, 2008. Elden Ring. Elden Ring, you might be onto something there. Yeah. It could very well be Elden Ring. No, so for first person and third person, we could try what could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Oblivion was 2005. Morrowind was like 2002 or 2003. Fallout 3. It's single player. It's a shooter or an RPG. Okay. Single player makes me think something like... You think it's Ratchet and Clank? Nah, that ain't Ratchet and Clank. Ooh, okay, so we know it's not science fiction, so that means it is a sandbox. A sandbox shooter? It's not Gary's mod. Okay. It's a stealth action sandbox. Stealth action sandbox. So this could be... a Hitman. It's a Hitman. It's a Hitman. The question is, which Hitman is it? Hitman Contracts. There you go. Easy. Ah, yeah, of course, Sammy. Metal Gear Solid Hitman. That's right. I know what you're talking about. Now that we've migrated that was a lot easier to migrate than I was expecting it to be. I do still want to set up the git use git server requesting password instead of SSH key. So that's fine. I'm fine with it asking for the passphrase. Git server. Okay. Private git. SSH. Requesting user password. No. It's not what we want. This is what we want. Every time I want to push or pull, I have to enter a password. How do I remove that so it pushes pulls without a password? Generate a private public key pair. But Linux keys are stored in that. So if you already have it, then you have a key pair. Append the contents of public key to the Git repository's authorized keys file. That's already done. When I run for the first time, you appear to being that. Make sure you use that. Blah, 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 blah. This will store credentials in a folder inside root. You need to run that after this command to give the username password for the first time. No. Create a new branch, and after that, when I'm pulling, I had to enter the username password. Then I resolve the problem recloning the branch with SSH address, which is on the relevant repository site. But I'm already doing that. Huh. I also wrote a config file to specify which key should be used, but it did not work. This raises a question on the GitLab side since I host my own instance. Is there some special setting I haven't set up correctly? Blah, 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 blah. The command to use the key is that. Okay, so the only thing I can think of is to double check that I've got the correct key. SU git. No, that won't work. That was wrong. CD into git. So these are public keys. So that's the public key that I'm using. And if I go into here, I cat that out. So that all matches. So it is using the correct public key. I'm pretty sure I just gave people a heart attack doing that. They're like, oh my god, he's gonna leak his private keys. What cat and dog do we have this time? That's a dog and a puppy. A dog and a puppy. There's a 2-for-1. And that cat just looks angry. That's the last thing you see. If you wake up in the morning and you see that, goodbye. Puppy dogs win. Puppy dogs win all the way. Let's see, I was trying to push a GitHub repo onto my personal account. Git kept asking for the work account, even though I had SSH set up. Git kept asking for the password. Nope. Using multiple GitHub accounts. Nope. SSH key isn't loaded into the agent. Maybe. Start the SSH agent and add your new key. If you also have a work key, you can add that too. What the hell's that doing? It's doing that stuff. Fair enough. So if we do this, let's see. Let's go back here. SSH add git key. I'm not going to trust that. I'm going to do that over on this screen. Oh, and close that. Over on this screen, pop these up. CD into SSH. SSH add my git key. And SSH add git key with no connection to your authentication agent. So I don't have an authentication agent. Huh? Into the passphrase for the git key. Bad passphrase. Identity added. Okay, so identity's now added. So now that we have that configured, if I go what's a simple change we can make? Let's see. Still asking for the password. Okay. So that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Unless it's because I didn't do it this way. Let's see. SSH agent -s. And then SSH add. And then we go back into here. We go to credits, get rid of this. Hey! There we go. No more password. Ah, so happy about that. Love it. Love it. That is... Oh, that is nice. I found a place within a reasonable distance from me through Uber Eats where I can get a buy one get one free deal on their bacon and egg muffins. I'm talking like I'm not talking a McDonald's bacon and egg muffin. I'm talking a proper bacon egg. Yeah. Proper. So you can get 2 for $10 AU, which is like $6 US. Oh my god. Fantastic. Honestly, I was expecting this to take a lot longer. So now I'm just trying to think about what to do next. That's what we need to do. I think there's an rsync. Yeah. Command. No. Copy folder to NAS. Because I know how to do this. Like an rsync. Rsync and sync local to sync local and remote. Command line tool synchronizing files and directories locally and remotely uses delta transfer algorithm to minimize the amount of data copying by moving only the portion of the files that have changed, making it highly efficient for tasks like backing up and mirroring. In this guide, learn how to use rsync for various management tasks. We'll cover the basic syntax, how to transfer files from one server to from a remote server to and from a remote server. Jesus Christ. How to use common options like delete and mirroring for mirroring and dry run for safe testing. Yep. You'll learn how to automate transfers with cron. I don't want to automate transfers. That's the thing. Syntax for rsync operates similarly to other tools. Change your home directory. Make the directory. Add some new test files. You also have some F3 directories. You'll run rsync and use the -r flag, which stands for recursive and is necessary for directory syncing. Okay. Before executing rsync command, so always use dry run. Yep. Perform a dry run, simply add n to your command. It is often combined with v. Okay. Especially those involving remote destinations or destructive options like delete. It's crucial to perform a test run because that way you can see what's going to change. Always do a dry run. This option tells you that if you were to run the command for real, rsync would delete old text file, create new text file, and updated text file. Well, how do you know that it's updating this and it's not creating it? Because that's the name of the file. And if I need to use a password, for example, if I was to go here, go into here, we'll have our NAS, but it'll ask me for a password. Hurry up. Do I not have things set up? Do I not have like SMB or something set up? Ooh, that too. I should take care of that. Oh, was it? It was Arch Pac-Man clear cache. I think it was SCC or something. If we do notice how it doesn't display with an operation. There we go. What up, Brightside? How you doing? Good morning to you. So there's a C for clean. Remove old packages from cache directory. -cc for all. Okay, so if I do a sudo pacman -sc. Hang on. So remove old packages from cache directory, -cc for all. I know that it's -cc, but that sounds wrong. Using pacman-c, cleaning unused packages. This command cleans the cache of uninstalled packages. While useful, it doesn't offer the flexibility of packcache in terms of keeping multiple versions or providing dry run capabilities. Okay. You can run these options, create more customized strategies, remove uninstalled packages, and keep the two most recent versions of installed packages. So I could do hackcache-rk1. What? That's the correct password. That's the correct password. That's the correct password. I'm not using Arch on the VPS because they didn't have that as an option. For now, my VPS is running Debian. For now, my VPS is running Debian. Yeah. Because Debian on the server side is... Like, Debian's basically a server distro. Like, that's the only thing I see Debian as, is something on the server. I don't think I've ever used anything but Ubuntu for servers. I mean, Ubuntu's basically just Debian. Like, let's face it. It's the same thing. That's the correct password. That's the password I use to log in with every morning. For instance, over here, if I exit, this here is the same password. See? 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 Same password. Up, Ginger! What are you talking about? What is it talking about? I want to see. That's the correct fucking password.
Beep beep boop, on the snoot. Sheep sheep shoop, nook nook nook.
Is it just this terminal that's having a hissy fit? What? What? It's the same password for this PC and this server down here. Same goddamn thing. That's odd. What up, Burning? Why migrate to private Git? Because I have control over the private Git, and I can have as many repos on there and as much large file storage stuff as I want and whatnot. Plus, once GitHub is officially under Microsoft's AI department, they're going to change their terms of service to say anything that you put on their GitHub, if you're not paying a certain level of license, you automatically give permission for them to train their AI on all of your stuff that goes up there. I can see that being the very first thing that they change. What GitForge is going to be? It's just Git. I'm not using Git, I'm not using GitForge, I'm not using GitLab or anything like that. I just have Git running on a server. Down here, I just have Git. No UI or anything. Just as basic as it can be. Right now, I'm trying to figure out why this isn't accepting my password. I run my own GitLab EE instance. Nice. Like, I have nothing wrong with those. That's the correct password. The fuck are you on about? It's the same password as the server. But why is it? Got a free license because it's for my FOSS project. Nice. Nice. I wonder if it has to do with the SSH agent. It shouldn't. It shouldn't have anything to do with the SSH agent. But it does. Why does it? This has me very confused. Keyboard set correctly? Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same password as I use for this. Like, obviously I type it wrong every now and then, but... like, see? It works. I am wondering if I do It is the SSH agent. It is the SSH agent. I knew I wasn't insane. I knew it. Some of my servers had it set to US by default. And I use DE. Ah, right. Now, I've got, being an Aussie, my keyboard layout is by default US. Even changing it to AU, it's still the exact same layout. Yeah. Look, I knew it. I knew it. So that means I can now do Pac-Man SC. No. A Pac-Cache. Dash. Or was it R-K1? I'm sorry, what? Pac-Cache is not a thing? Always exercise course from using Pac-Cache, especially with options that are more aggressive. Is Pac-Cache not installed by default? Pac-Man can... Huh. Huh, okay. Well, I guess I'm just going to do it as... that. The reason why I want to run this is because if you have a look down here, look at how much space there is. There's not much. Not much. And most of that is, like, most of that's going to be because of package caches. I had to manually type in my SH key with US keyboard layout a few days ago because the Hetzner console didn't support copy paste. Oh my god. Ew. Ew. So I can... You can use that to delete all cached packages, which is generally not recommended. Alright. Let's get that installed. And then we can do packcache-r-k1. 8 gig of space freed. Ah, look at how much space there is there now. Ah, yes. That's what we want. Now we can look at this. We need to get rsync. Now that's going to fail because I need to do this and then I need to figure out why that's doing it. How much computing power do you actually need to host private Git? Shouldn't be a lot, right? It's not really the computing power. Like, the computing power does help with processing large amounts of data. Like, the more data your server can process it at once, the faster it'll be. It's not going to be like a bottleneck of the PC at that point. It'll be a network bottleneck, if anything. But if you're just doing like small projects and whatnot, you don't need much. You don't need much at all. Cam, 40. No. See, here's the thing, Cam. First of all, Cam, g'day. Second of all, it's not a 40 day. It's a 40 stream streak. And most days I stream twice. So you've probably been here for about 22 days. Yeah. Alright, so now we have rsync. But at the same time, I can't see the network drive. So I don't think I've got SMB stuff set up. No, it is 40 days. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a 40 stream streak. Good night, Cam. Have a good one. What up, Mike? Thanks for contributing another 2,000 towards the community goal. 61% raised. Almost 150,000. We have a bit under 155,000 to go with 18 days left. Nice. Nice. Like it. Arcwinix. Cannot see NAS. I assume it's because I need to set up like Samba or something. Reference others may also have spaces in their folder name. No, I don't have spaces in my folder name. I'm saying it cannot see it. All of this is cannot mount, which is incorrect. It's definitely going to be a Samba configuration. So I think I need to configure this stuff. SFB and SIFs. DOS, Windows, OS2, Linux, many others. Share files through Samba. To access files shared through Samba. Like, I already have Samba, don't I? I think I typed that wrong. No. I just don't have... God damn it. I need to automate this. I need to automate that. Thanks for contributing there, Grin. Much appreciated. What do we need to do? Sudo pacman sy Samba. How did I type that incorrectly? Now that was correct. No, that was correct. Fucking. What are you talking about? I literally just used the password to fucking, oh my god. Ooh. This SSH agent is doing my head in. That's correct. That was 100% correct. You're wrong. Why? Why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening? I don't get it. Bok, thank you for contributing. Get a creeper. Hello, hello. Thank you, Jaeger, for contributing as well. That was fucking correct. What the actual shit? What? Time to brute force it. It's the correct password though. Like, it is 100% the correct password. That was 100% correct. Stream's half broken still. How is the stream half broken? Oh, Steam. Sorry. I love how I got Steam to work and installed some games, but now Firefox decided to die like every hour. Yep. That's the correct fucking password. That's 100% the right password. Those are 100% the correct password. So it's not the SSH agent that's being a pain in the ass. Something else, like, what the fuck? Steam having a seizure when not ran from terminal for some reason. Taking a whole 8 GB of storage just for compatibility and stuff. Do you have the desktop file set for Steam? Or do you have Steam configured to use discrete GPU or something? So there's a ton of stuff that could be an issue with that. No. I think if we have a look at share applications. Oh, I don't even have it here. There it is. So under here, once you get past all the localization stuff, prefers non-default GPU. XKDE run on discrete GPU. Terminal false. Execute user bin Steam with you. I think that's... I forget what that is. I don't know if that's used. I think that's user. As always, POV when I had to make yet another live USB just to move and expand the root partition. Well, I've got... some big issues here. Which allows sudo to recognize the SSH agent socket. I don't want that though. As you mentioned, the environment variables are removed by sudo for security reasons, but fortunately sudo is quite configurable. E will preserve environment, S runs a command. Defaults to shell. I just want to log in. I don't want to SSH into another machine. But ever since we set up the SSH agent to deal with Git, like the Git key stuff, we've had issues with password authentication. What was it? That's supposed to be $1. Yeah. Now it's working with password. What? Oh, hydrate and comb the beard? Sure thing. You need to sleep to actually live another day. Fair enough. Enjoy your sleep, people. I hope it's nice. I hope you get a lot of nutrients from thy sleeping. There we are. Nice and combed. Beautifully well kept beard. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely. And there's the ads. Alright. Let's do game duel. While the ads go. Libericon, thank you for contributing. Much appreciated. Alright, chat. We're looking for a single player game after 2004 that is not a shooter. Needs to have first person or third person perspective. It can have other stuff, but one of those has to be part of it. I'd probably go Skyrim first off. Oblivion. That's too close to 2005. If it's later than 2005, it doesn't really cut the years down that much. Yeah. Whereas this would cut down the years a lot. Okay. It's after 2011. It's Bethesda published. Okay, a single player game that's not a shooter and it's not an RPG published by Bethesda that is single player. What games has Bethesda published that are not Fallout and Elder Scrolls and Starfield? Club Penguin. The new Indiana Jones game, I think. Ah, yes. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Okay, it's not that one. So it is Xbox Series X and PS5. So it was after the PlayStation 5 era, or PlayStation 4 era. So we're looking at late 2010s onward. Like 2017, 2018 kind of thing onward. I think. How long's the PS5 been out for? Feels like the PS5's been out for ages. Like 2015 kind of thing. Anyway. Published by Bethesda. Not Stealth. not fantasy, not puzzle, not shooter, not RPG. It needs to have first person or third person as its thingamajig. Wolfenstein The New Order. It's not a shooter. Hi-Fi? Hi-Fi could be it. Hi-Fi Rush? No, but it is Bethesda and Tango Gameworks. And it's sci-fi. Could it be the other one? I'm thinking Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, but I don't think it's that. Who does this? Who makes Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? Team Reptile. That's them. What else did Tango do? I don't know. First person only. Ghostwire Tokyo. It's not a platformer. It's not a platformer. It's not a hack and slash. It's not a shooter. It is sci-fi, so The Evil Within. Maybe The Evil Within. Probably 2, right? Okay, so it's not The Evil Within. We'll try Ghostwire. Or was it Ghostwire Tokyo? It is Ghostwire Tokyo. There you go. Apparently that only counts as an adventure genre. Let me have a look at this. Show me gameplay. I feel like this is more than adventure. I feel like this is RPG. Looks like a shooter. Yeah, I mean, stuff's coming out of his hands. That's... According to Infamous, that makes it a shooter. If Infamous is, then this is exactly. Do I have that? I do not have it, apparently. I only have Ghost Runner. Huh. I thought I had it. Oh. I need to figure out this issue. Sudo not working without SSH agent running. To use sudo with SSH keys, I don't want to use sudo with SSH keys. Really? Arch Linux shut down SSH agent. Because I wonder if I just need to kill it. Yeah, cool. So I just need to run SSH agent -K to kill the SSH agent, and then it all works again. Cool. Oh my god. game looks pretty cool. Ghostwire Tokyo does look pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, so now we need to connect up. Right, now that we have Samba. Let's see. Is it going to detect the network drive? It might not still. Okay. Morning, Mike. Linux, Windows, Mac. They all have a hiccup somewhere that requires detective skills. Yep. Usually with Windows, it's after you install an update. You have to go back through and use your detective skills to figure out the 40 things that the update has reset and changed how you do them, because they're always trying to change, like stop you from being able to do things. Hypno, for a gifted sub, when was the original COD released? I was about to say 2013, but that's completely wrong. So I'm going to say 2003. I was this close to saying 2013. This close. Thank you for the gifted sub, gamer. Much appreciated. You legend. Okay, so I think I have to start Samba, like system CTL user start Samba. No. Samba D. Samba client. Samba. SMB. Huh. Okay, so it is there. Failed to start. What up, Sinful? Must resist acting as IT support. Must not. That's all good. I can be my own IT support. I can figure stuff out. Yep, this is going to want me to authenticate because SMB doesn't want to run. What? Because it wants me to do a sudo, doesn't it? Huh. Control process exited with error code. Okay. Okay. Just says it failed to start. It's not really giving me anything. If you want to make a service accessible by NetBIOS name, no. We have to configure it a bit, aren't I? What up, 4N? What's your opinion on vibe coding games? People can do whatever they want. People can do whatever they want. But I don't think it's a smart idea. I don't think it's a smart idea, but if that's what people want to do, then they can go for it. They can go for it. I have no issue with what people want to do in their own time. What I do have issue with is when people try to tell me that I should do it. That's when I have an issue. So. And you'll get a framework out of it, but to understand it and fix the big issues later, it doesn't help at all. Yeah. There is time and place to vibe code. Yeah. I mean, if you want a good example of why vibe coding on anything that you want to give to people is a bad idea, you just look at Windows. You look at Windows because ever since earlier this year, when Microsoft said that 30% of their stuff is now vibe coded, you can tell just through Windows alone. Like all of the issues that are being introduced to Windows, all the security vulnerabilities, all of the slowdown, the issues with File Explorer and shit, like it's clear that it's not working for them as well as they thought it would. So, yeah, it's... Yeah. It's fine, like, I would use AI to do like small little things here and there, but I like one thing I want to do is set up something for vibe coding, but I want to attempt to vibe code a new operating system. I want to attempt to vibe code my own Linux from scratch. And just see what shit comes up. It's interesting how different the attitude to AI is in game dev compared to art. My attitude towards it in art is the same. Like, do I think it's a good idea? No. But people are going to do it. People are going to do it. So if someone wants to create AI art that looks worse than art created by a person, they can go for it. Do it as much as you like. I don't care. But if you try to tell me that I should make my art using AI, that's when I have a problem with that person specifically. The models need to keep up to date. For example, all the models will not use new functions of the engines. Yeah. So a lot of the models are usually a couple of years out of date. So you wouldn't be able to use it for the newest version of the engines and stuff. Only thing AI should be used for is an unskilled person that needs references for an artist, a real human person. So yeah, that's what I would use AI to do. I would prompt AI my ideas of what I want an alien or a monster to look like. And I would get it to give me concept art that I can then take and create 3D models with, create my own artwork from, all that kind of stuff. It gives me that kind of jumping off point as someone that isn't good at art from the start. I use AI to refine statements for me, make sure it's written in correct tense with good grammar. And you can do that without AI. But yeah, yeah. So the SMB service isn't starting. I'm assuming it's because of this. Etc. Samba. Private. Interesting. There is no SMB config. Strange. I have a prompt that directs it to my writing style, and I can apply it to statements. I meant in the context of game dev art, but this is also a fair use case. Yeah. I hate the use of AI in art. It does depend on the use. I saw a job post the other day where the company said they had over 1,000 models created and wanted an artist modeler to come in and rework the models to work in a game engine. Yeah, like I wouldn't use AI to create my game assets or anything like that, but I would use it to give me concept art that I can then build from, because we've seen my art skills. They're not exactly fantastic. And I can slowly build up over time. I can see Meshy being useful for basic models that could be edited in Blender. So I don't have an SMB conf. I wonder if that's the issue. I've done concept art in AI and it works. You can ask the model to develop a palette and art style based on the concept. Yeah. So I guess I need to create a Samba config. Now the thing is, I don't have this. Like, that doesn't exist. So I assume I need to create it. Because it does not provide this file, one needs to create it before starting the service. Okay. So... Cool. It's all in how you use the tools at your disposal. There are those that will abuse those tools that ruin it for the rest of us. Yeah, and that's the exact same thing that happens in cybersecurity. Like, people create a tool for identifying vulnerabilities in order to patch them, and those same tools get used by malicious people to exploit those vulnerabilities. I think lowering the skill floor to 0 with AI is bad for the art landscape. Oh, it is. It definitely is. It's the same as any new technology, though. Like, any new revolutionary technology, people are going to, like, go out and abuse the shit out of it at the start. And then once we've had this stuff for like a few years, like 5 to 10 years, and it's just a part of like normal everyday life, and there's proper use cases for it and people actually understand how to use it correctly, it all kind of dies off. It's at the excitement phase at the moment. It's in the, the honeymoon phase right now. Currently using AI and Notebook LLM to go through 18 months of shift reports for my son's carers and produce some data based on the reports. Yeah. People learn how to do a thing correctly? Sure, you're kidding. People, not all people. Okay? You could view AI like a drug. Okay? A lot of people, like, people that go all in on and abuse drugs end up never getting out of that situation. Most of the time. Some of them do, but most of them don't. And the same thing will happen with AI, is a lot of people will abuse AI from the start, and they will never get out of that habit, and thus they will never be able to progress past that. And they will just remain at that level. They'll be stuck. They'll be static forever and ever and ever. I'd argue that AI is different in that it's the only tech that can make informed creative decisions on the level of professional. It can't make informed creative decisions, though. You've got to remember, it's just a large language model. It's just predictive. It's just looking at the training data it's got and making a prediction on what's next. That's not an informed creative decision. That's just statistics. That's... I actually think the AI rush is starting to die off. Yeah. I want to create my own model, but the hardware I have here wouldn't handle it. Exactly. That's the limitation for most people. I do have a model for my voice I'm training at the moment. Use it for TTS and such, yeah. Maybe that's all it takes to imitate human creativity. But it's not, though. So creativity is being able to come up with something that didn't previously exist. Like imagining something new. You know? A large language model can't do that. It can only imagine things that exist within the training set. It can put a few things together, but it's not going to be a truly new or unique thing. So it will only ever be an imitation. The only way that AI can progress is if there's a fundamental change to how AIs function. We can't keep using large language models because at that point, like, it can't do anything outside of what's already known. Yeah. I think anything new is only ever a recombination of something. I don't think so. I don't think so. It all relates to model and the prompt passed to it. It cannot think of new things. The data must be in its model or accessible for it to operate. Yeah. Like, for example, scientists are coming up with brand new geometrical shapes that were not known previously. It's not a combination of a triangle and a square. Yeah, or it's not a combination of a box and a pyramid that they're creating. They're creating whole new geometric structures. So, like, AI can't do that. Because it only knows the structures that we already know. Yeah, right. It could spit out a mathematical theory and be like, oh, this might be something, but oftentimes that'll be incorrect. For some reason, Steam just added Rain World to my Steam library. Interesting. Were you gifted this? Documented default example of that is in the Samba Git repository. Let's have a look at this default here. God damn. This is for a Samba server though, isn't it? This is if I want to run it as a server. You should read that manual page to understand the options listed. Some is a huge number of individual options. And global settings, so you got the work group. Equivalent to NT description field. So if I comment that out, is it no longer a server? And if I comment that out, is it no? Because I don't want anything to connect to my machine as a Samba server. I want my machine to connect to a Samba share. You know? It just appeared in my Steam library, no notification. I was looking for Risk of Rain, and then I found Rain World for some reason. There are 2 launches for it though. That sounds suspicious. That sounds suspicious. Does it link to this store page? Interesting. Quick, the store page and it sends me that. Did you get it through Humble Bundle and forget? Have you tried Claude? My preference. Never touched Grok because I don't have X. Samba use multiple interfaces. Samba client config. This is setting up a Samba share though. I don't want to set up Samba as a server. Be back parental duties? No worries, Mike. Did like Claude for big projects. It was good to get a simple class or process for Godot. But for C++ like Unreal, it helped a lot. Check the store page, it sends me there. Haven't bought a Humble Bundle in years, and when I did buy Humble Bundles, it was on my other account. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Archlinux connect to Samba server. Let's just do NAS. I wonder if that's what I've got. Nope. All that. Let me go to root. Go to Mount NAS. Okay, so that's what I need. Go. But it requires it, like, it needs to be able to see the NAS. NAS server address. What is my NAS server? Have a good one, Rebel. Skedaddle away. NAS. Pop that open in a new window over here. Log in. Log in. 192.168.111 on 8080, and the share name I believe is that. Yeah. But it's capital S. Mount NAS. Did not resolve address. Mission denied. Okay. I wonder... Let's go into my control panel. I wonder if it's because of the security settings. IP access protection. It's set to allow all connections. But if I go just my connection, what's my local host? If you don't want to specify the password and command, you can create credential files. For example, create that. Okay. But I think I can already get it through this. I think I'm already connected to it anyway. All right. So I think I'm already connected to it. So if I wanted to, I want to set up an rsync command. So we use rsync. I think it's -r and dash dry run. No, A. Group all these options. Recursive links, perms, times, group owner devices. So I think I could do... It's like recursive. And I guess that'll be fine. So yeah, I think we can do an rsync -a. I think that'll be perfectly fine. Actually, let me just check. Rsync to NAS. I hate reading the Arc Linux pages. They're so frustrating. So annoying. Oh my god, where was it? Welcome back. I don't want to do like I don't want to go to like a QNAP or a Synology or anything like that. So I should be able to rsync -a and specify dry run. -n is the dry run. So if I was to rsync A and V, directory 1 to directory 2, correct? Directory 1 to directory 2 on the same system. You'll run rsync and use the -r flag, which stands for recursive, and is necessary for directory syncing. What happens if actually... Let me check something. mounted from that. Yeah. 11.3 gigabytes. 48.9 gigabytes free. This... That's not showing me the NAS info. What up, Mark? How you doing? How a pirate life for me? Yo-ho. Would a roguelike where you play Donald Trump throwing ketchup packets be funny? I've just finished the Zenva creative roguelike in Godot, and now I'm brainstorming ideas for my own. I don't know. It depends on what he's throwing them at, and if it's only ketchup packets that get thrown. Like, perhaps there's mustard or maybe some ranch every now and then. Like, maybe they have different... Like, maybe the ketchup causes them to, like, be temporarily blinded, and the mustard causes them to slip. And the ranch causes them to slow down. Yeah. So this isn't the NAS. Like, this isn't my NAS. Thing that ketchup makes the enemies edible. Then he eats them. I mean, if the enemies were chicken, and when he hits them with the sauce, they turn into fried chicken or something. Hate that I've got the 8080 in there. Permission denied. That's going to be because I need the username and password. And stay away from using known people as characters in game. Why? Let's have a look at the security. Check out security of my NAS again. I could set up private key stuff, but I'm not going to. Okay. So everything should be fine. Storage and snapshots, that's all working. Okay, what I'm going to do... That may have just caused some issues with my... No, it didn't. Perfect. Perfect. Open this. I'm going to copy this. So, Mr. Donald. I'm testing our First Amendment. Started to tech review the 3D Tutor Blender Beginnings book from Packed Pub. I have part 1 and part 2 to review. Enjoying it so far. Nice. Was looking to see if it was already done and found that. Of course, someone's going to have something out there. What I can do, I can create if I go into... well, let's go into this file here. You're not going to be able to see this. Actually, let's... open that up. Then Samba credentials file. I'm assuming it just has username, password. Yeah, username, value, password, value. There we are. Right, that. Close that. Now if I do this and go credentials, SMB creds, bad usage. -O. Sorry, what? SMB creds is there. It's literally right there. What do you mean? We finished part 1 this week. That doesn't make sense to me. SMB creds is literally a file right there. But I think... do I need to do like a chmod? That's weird. That's weird. Samba. Mount Sifs not accepting credentials file. This file is supposed to be username instead of user. I'm pretty sure that's... Yep. Username, password, yep. That's all fine. Is there like a domain or something? Nope. Very odd. Very, very odd. Interesting. Linux mount sifs couldn't chdir to credentials. And because it's doing it as sudo. I don't know if there's anything that would help. Please ignore if you feel you're on the right path. I have a feeling that that would take me off the path. It says no such file or directory, but that does exist. Like, print working directory. .smb underscore creds does exist at /home/hypnotic. You should get rid of that. I should probably put it there. That might be the issue, actually. Permission denied. Okay, no such file or directory. What do you mean, no such file or directory? Which one? Which one has no such file or directory? Mount Sif's verbose. Like, it's not telling me. It just says no such file or directory. Which one? What? Already checked the permissions? Yeah, the permissions are fine. The permissions are fine. It's not telling me if it's complaining about it on what I'm trying to mount or where I'm trying to mount it to. Setting verse 1. But how do I do... That says invalid arguments. I'm assuming that's options and they should be comma separated. Let me just double check. Yep. That's fine. We got ads, so let's take a break from that because that's starting to annoy me. Let's start with Ghostwire Tokyo. All right, we're looking for an Unreal Engine game, not first person, before 2022. It's not horror, not sci-fi, not mystery. Probably a shooter. It's not going to be a Borderlands because that's first person. It won't be a Bioshock. Dishonored is Void Engine. Could be Fortnite. Nope. It's not third person either. Not first person, not third person. Before 2017, probably not VR. Are we looking at a side view? Is this going to be like a Mortal Kombat X? Alright, it's a fighting side view Unreal Engine single player multiplayer game. Probably Warner Brothers Publishing. So, what are we thinking, like a DC? Like an Injustice? Yeah, we are. That's what we're thinking. Go again. All right, chat. Before 2013, single player multiplayer. It's not superhero, not fighting. What are your guesses? Throw them out. Diablo 3? Before 2012, not isometric, not RPG, not horror, not fantasy, not hack and slash. All we know is that it's a single-player multiplayer game before 2012. I should have said 2 for the year. Well, now we can go like... Quake 4. Alright, it's a shooter from 2005 that has first person. This could be a Halo. This could be a Halo. Like a Halo 2. Okay, first person, third person. First person, third person shooter, 2005. Single player multiplayer. It's not Unreal Engine. It's not id Tech. Could this be a Battlefield? Do you reckon? Too easy. When you're on, you're on. You know? It's just when you know, you know. That's all. Does that exist? Yes, it does. Yes, I can. Hey, look, it's the exact same IP address as mine. Oh. Here we are. Bad network name. Bad network name. Malformed UNC in dev name. Malformed UNC. What? What? Trying to make a game in Phaser. It's just not performant enough. Might have to use Godot after all. I mean, you could try CryEngine. No dialect specified on mount. Default has changed to more secure dialect. SMB 2.1 later. From CIFS SMB1. Use less secure SMB1 dialect to access old servers which do not support that. Specified version 1.0 on mount. So it says login failure. It's like, so this is the most recent one. So if I do that and it fails, and then we do this, it just says that it failed with return code -2. Return code -2. What up, Tricky? How you doing? In my case, that's hosted on that. Enable these services. No, I'm not setting up all those services. All those services should not be needed just to fucking mount a NAS. How much have you had to drink tonight, Tricky? It looks like a lot. Maybe I don't use Sif. Maybe we just don't use Sif. But they're using Sifs. If I get rid of this, no such file directory. Let's try an NFS, shall we? Mount program didn't pass remote address. Didn't pass remote address. What? Pass remote address. I'm pretty sure I am. This is weird. Can I ask you a question? You can ask all the questions you want, Oki. You just did. You just asked a question. That's true. That's not working. Fuck off. Don't take me through all that bullshit. Huh. Did your YouTube Studio live stream UI change? On my side, it was completely different. It took me by surprise. No. I mean, I haven't noticed it. I haven't noticed any change. That's using a bunch of random stuff. Why? It just says no file directory. Okay, so if I go like that, and I get password, I pop that there so that I can see it. We go. At errors. So I know it's got nothing to do with the credential file. Because those are the correct credentials. Those are the correct credentials. Does it think that the mount doesn't exist? Like, because that exists. This doesn't make sense. Now if we do... How do I not have manual pages installed? Two providers for man. Well, we're going to go with ManDB from core. Thank you very much. What is it? Mount. Credentials, file name. We have the domain, sets the domain workgroup of the user. If no domains are given, the empty domain will be used. Right, come on. We don't need to worry about all these. So you're telling me I can just do verbose. Host resolved to the following IP addresses. Correct. So it doesn't want this. No such file or directory. Which one? Tell me what's not a file or directory. Is it the thing I'm trying to connect to? Or is it the thing that, like, where I'm trying to mount it that you're having a problem with? God damn it. General settings. Okay. Your storage and snapshots. Close that. We can have a look at security. I'm not verbose enough at Linux to understand when a double slash is required. Is it missing a double slash between your IP and path? No. Double slash just means it's a network path. That's all it is. System status, network status. Yep. System service. None of that works. None of that matters, I should say. Shared folders public on Shapeshifter. Edit folder permissions. Just curious, what broke the connection? Oh no, like there was no connection to begin with. I'm trying to create the connection. But it doesn't make sense as to why it's not working. It's saying that the folder doesn't exist, but everything I'm looking at has the folder existing. Mission settings of users and group will affect the result of preview. UID is 1,000. Yep, so this user is part of the administrators. Administrators have read-write to the public folder. Folder name is public, comment system default share, disk volume, shapeshifter. Tier path is /public. What up, Giddy? How you doing? Domain security, maybe? Main controllers. Yep, cool. I'm good with that. Network and file. I'm doing good, Giddy. I'm currently trying to get my NAS to work so that I can connect to it. I wonder if I need to set a work group. Highest SMB, lowest SMB. Network file system, yep. I don't know why this is so difficult. But it should not be this difficult to access a network file share. I've verified that the paths are correct. The IP address is correct. It still just doesn't want to connect. I've confirmed permissions are correct. So we've enabled the file service, Microsoft Networking, SMB. But it doesn't want to connect. Like, I don't know what file or directory it's complaining about. Like, all it wants to do is complain. Invalid argument. No such file or directory. Which one? And that just says permission denied. Mountain as found. No match for mountain as found. So is it Mount Naz that's not being found? Because I don't want to add anything to FSTAB yet. All I want to do is mount it for now. Or if I change this to just NFS. Unknown parameter credentials. Okay, so if we get rid of this. Mount program didn't pass remote address. Didn't pass remote address. Now it's just doing it to piss me off, I think. That's the only thing I can think of. SMB clients. Let's see. Let's copy password. So it lists it so it can see it. That's what it is. That's what it is. Mission denied. No match for Mountain as in FSTAB. There we go. Fucking got it. Got it. God damn it. I knew it was going to be something stupid. Alright. Alright. There we go. There we go. So we now have that mounted. Freaking hell. Okay. So now we can set up like an auto mount, an F-stab. Jesus. I wonder if there's... It works great, but I don't know how to properly write the same thing in fstab. Each line in the fstab contains the following fields, separated by spaces. Typical mount point in fstab would look like this. Can't see if we had a mount statement in the file. Add this line to the end of your fstab. So you have the file system, you have the directory. So in my case, it would be, so what if we hydrate? Let me hydrate for you, hacksaws. Much appreciated. And then this would just be yeah, cool. So I'd do it as a sifs. I'd put credentials. Now, if I sudo umount mount nas, that gets rid of it. If we do this, and I go IO car set, this isn't going to work. Guys, no shit, it did. Okay, and it did set the car set. Okay. If we unmount, and I run the old one from before without that, now it doesn't say IO car set. Okay. Okay. So if I wanted this to mount, let's see, what's NTLM? NTLM is something, I know it's something network related, like share related. Security NTLM. Yeah. So if I do this, I go NAS. 192.168.111 public. Single tab slash sifs read write. Wait. Credentials. SMB creds. UTF-8. NTLM. 00. Okay, so what we can do now is so mount dash A. That hasn't done anything. But if I do this back as IOCar set UTF-8 and sec NTLM, says invalid argument. I'm pretty sure it's the sec NTLM. Yep. So we can get rid of that. That still isn't doing anything. But what did it say at the end of your F stab's been modified, but system D still uses the old version. Use daemon reload. Okay. Sudo umount mount nas. CTL daemon reload. Okay. I want to test. Test F stab. Okay, so sudo mount dash A tests them, and if there's any errors, it will output them. This command will mount all not yet mounted file systems mentioned in fstab and is used in system startups during boot. So if I don't see it connect, then that's a problem. But it's not giving me an error. Causes everything to be done except the actual system call. Fake option does not check whether the directory exists. It says successfully mounted even if the mount point doesn't exist. Ignored, already mounted, ignored. Mount NAS. That's what it needs to be. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So that's confirmed that when I boot up, it's going to automatically mount this NAS from now on. I like that. That means we can now do the rsync, and then we will have our Git migrated from GitHub to our private Git, as well as a command that we can run, which just rsyncs from my projects to here. Wonder if I can have an alias command which takes an input parameter. So like we're doing to and from, so can I have that as a parameter? Alias command with parameters. So I can. So many different ways you can do stuff. Doesn't look like it though. Looks like I've got to do this function. So you've got to like create the function, use the parameters in that. So it would be something like alias project sync to rsync that to Mount Naz. That should take care of that. Because $1 is, yeah, you can replace that with $1 if you only want the first argument. Yep. So just to test this out, we open this up. We go project. Well, actually, let's this can be documents, projects. If I do project sync, Bobble Shop Simulator. Skipping directory, Bobble Shop Simulator. Do Do I need it all like that? Okay. Interesting. What if I change? No. Skipping directory Bobble Shop Sim. Why? Huh. Doesn't want to... It doesn't seem like it wants to move it. Oh, hang on. Dash A. Permission denied. Of course, because it's a alias local to me. So that means I would have to change this to do a sudo. And now we can see that it's popping up in there. Beautiful. Now this might impact the stream because it is like uploading a lot. So there are times where that might skip up to using all of my bandwidth. But whoops. Upload of 400 what? My upload limit is supposed to be 100. Alright. Whatever. Nice. So it seems like it's just going through all the small files now. It's just creating a list of, like, keeping a track of things. And then I'll have to put this command inside my bash. So that, look at that, it's still, it goes over 100. How? Because I'm on a hybrid fiber coaxial, they only give me a max 100 megabits per second upload. They tell me that I can't have 200 or a gigabit because of the connection type. Like right there, it spiked to 460. So someone's lying to me, and I don't think it's my computer. Jeez. These. Alright. Well, that's that done. While we wait for this to upload, I think I've already done the daily Akari. We've already done connections. Let's do a Quirtle while we wait for this to upload. Wait for this command to finish. Give me a word. 5-letter word. I'm thinking topsy or tipsy. There you go. Tipsy. Jesus Christ, we only got an S in one. Why can I not think of another word? I don't want overlaps. I don't want overlaps in my words. Why is this taking so long to rsync? It must be because of all like this, because of all the small files. Yeah. Brown. There we go. I guess we can now go things like ghoul and beads. We should have enough now. Because that's glass. We have no. What would that be actually? It would have to start with a C, right? Crank. There we are. We figured it out. We figured it out. What about top left? We've got clang. Bottom left. Oh, bottom left has nothing. This is not. There's a B, an O, and a U. Jumbo. Yeah, smashed it. Easy. Easy. I wish, like, how long is this gonna take? Settings is empty. Add-ons is empty. Assets is empty. Auto loads is empty. This 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 is empty. It's all empty. It must be going through all the Git stuff first. And all the Godot stuff. Okay. It's going through all the Godot stuff. And then now it's doing the add-on, the Sky 3D. Now it's doing the assets. Hasn't gotten to the auto load stuff yet, so it's still going through the assets. At least this way we can visually track where it's up to. Alright. Start with Battlefield 2. So, non-shooter after 2005, chat. Non-shooter after 2005. Could be, or it could be an RPG. So we could try, obviously try Skyrim. Okay, all right, it's a single player RPG after 2011. When was Fable 3? Okay, it's third person single player RPG. Kingdom Hearts 3. Okay. RPG hack and slash single player third person after 2019. I wouldn't call Elden Ring a hack and slash. Some files attributes were not transferred. See previous errors. Okay, so it's just the server pipe that didn't transfer. But everything else has. That's fine. Perfect. Now I need to move that command into my thingamajig. Kingdom Come Deliverance was first person, wasn't it? Yeah. A hack and slash RPG that's third person single player. Elden Ring? I don't think, like, Elden Ring wouldn't be considered hack and slash, would it? Oh. Yeah, I didn't think so. It is a fantasy open world, though, and it's after 2022. It's a 2024 third-person open world RPG hack and slash that's single player. Okay, so we can probably try something like... Oh, what's a game that came out last year? A game that came out last year that's single player and RPG and hack and slash. It's the what? Game Awards aren't until tomorrow, aren't they? Prince of Persia Lost Crown? Could be. Oh, it could be God of War, like Ragnarok or something. Like, no, it's not a God of War. Fuck. Now, I thought Game Awards were tomorrow. Well, for me, that'll be tomorrow. How you doing, Blue? What is this? Hi-Fi Rush? It is PS5 and Xbox Series X and Windows. I don't like our chances. RPG hack and slash from last year. RPG hack and slash last year. Nothing's coming to mind. Guarantee you I'm going to see it and be like, oh, yeah, no shit. Of course it's that. Why did my brain not think of that? Oblivion Remastered was this year. Gory's not there. Path of Exile 2. No, it's got to be third person. Path of Exile is isometric. It said 11th, but I didn't realize it was an advertisement for us time. Yeah. It's not a Zelda. It's not Diablo 4. It's not Sekiro or something, because that's early 2020s. This has me stumped. This has me stumped. Let's just go with... It wouldn't be Banner Lords or something, would it? Mountain Blade 2. I don't know. What is it? Dragon's Dogma 2. Yep. Should have gotten that. Should have gotten that. What's this? There's a Cinti Humble Bundle. Up for 24 hours. Okay, they're just trying to be productive. Fair. Fair. Cinti Game Dev Assets. Nice. I've already got that one. I've already got that one. I've already got that one. Already got that. Already got that. Already got that. Already got that and that. Got that. Got that. Got that. Got all of these. So I think this is the one from earlier this year. I think. Offer ends in 2 days and 1 hour. I'm doing good, Blue. I'm doing good. We've managed to get all of our migrating stuff done. So, yeah. Deluxe Dev Dream Mega Bundle. So these are UE. These are probably also UE. Like, they're probably all Unreal Engine. Massive bundle of assets for Unreal Engine. Yep. Did you hear about the game devs that moved away from Unreal Engine? And people were like, whoa, moving away from Unreal? What are you talking about? Alright. So what we need to do... I think... if I copy that... if we nvim our bash rc... we can go alias project sync. Oh, I read the alias there. Beautiful. I like it. I like it. There we go. So now, Bobble Shop Sim is migrated over to our private Git. We have a demo branch, and we can put all of our demo work into the dev branch and just merge that into our main branch as we go. And then after we release the demo, we keep the demo as it is, and I would keep the demo branch as it is, just putting in bug fixes for the demo branch. And then we migrate, like we do everything in our main branch as our release. And any bugs we do in the demo branch, we also have to retrofit into our main branch to fix those bugs there as well, if they exist, just based on other changes that we do in the main branch. I'm still not hearing back from these people. I'm still not hearing back from Game Scribes. I've sent them a follow-up email just asking, being like, hey, just wanted to confirm that emails aren't falling behind and whatnot. Like falling into spam or getting overlooked, and just want confirmation that you received my last email. I still haven't received an email back from them. I sent them that on Friday. So I'm thinking I might go to a different provider for localization, just because even if they do get back to me at this point, their communication is bad. Like my experience with their communication is not good. So I just don't want to, I don't want to work with them if their communication is like this. That's just me. That's just me. But then I need to find translations for that. Like, as someone that does all the same translation stuff too. What do we got here? 4.6 beta 1. Breaking changes. We try to minimize breaking changes, but sometimes necessary on fix high priority issues. Where we do break compatibility, we do our best to make sure that changes are minimal and require a few changes in user projects. Find a list of the issues by filtering merge PRs, breaking compat label here. Here are some things to be aware of. Default glow blend mode has changed to screen, and default glow levels have changed. Quaternion now correctly initializes with identity under variant. Okay. Animation. Tokage has brought IK support for skeleton modifier 3D via the new class IK modifier 3D. This took lessons learned from skeleton modification stack 3D, a class removed in 4.0 transition. and re-implemented them in a context that's up to modern standards. Having to account for so many separate systems resulted in Skeleton Modifier 3D receiving 8 new subclasses. They got IK Modifier 3D, Chain IK 3D, Iterate IK 3D, CCD IK 3D, Fabric 3D, Jacobian IK 3D, Spline IK 3D, Two Bone IK 3D. Does any of that help you, Sizzler, with what you're trying to do? Bone Twist Dispersers 3D. Limit Angular Velocity Modifier 3D. Add option to Bone Constraint 3D to make reference target allowed to set node 3D. Okay. Solo hide lock delete buttons. Resizing. Animation library serialization. Okay. New experimental functions to audio server to allow accessing the microphone buffer directly. This allows individual platforms to access the input and output streams in a way that doesn't assume a uniform rate, something that's not guaranteed on all devices. Core foundation for building the engine as a standalone library, libgodot. Though the new Godot instance class developers now have an entry point for specialized workflows that absolutely require Godot as a library. That's good. That's good. Documentation, editor, the Godot minimal theme, which, I mean, this doesn't look like a minimal thing. It looks, it's the exact same, just like the base color and the accent color are different, right? It's just grayscale instead of a blue-gray. This I like. This I like. More compact layout so you don't have the wasted space on the sides here. That's, oh, so much better. Such a better layout. Editor docs. Oh, nice. Oh, I like that. Hey, Tin Bears, thanks for the shout out. Much appreciate you, fantastic dunce. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're being fantastic. Being fantastic to yourself. Yeah. Give you a shout out back. Yeah. I do like this. I do like the changing the... Yeah, that's good. That's good. Being able to make different things floating and be able to put your layout however you like. It's very nice. Viewport receives several long requested functionality. It's visualizing current delta angle. Okay, yep. Nice. CD extension through a collaborative process. Now possible to declare object types as required. Nice. While currently limited to Tracy. This is a major first step in allowing dedicated profilers. Okay. Good old profile integration stuff. GUI. The focus state logic for mouse and touch has been decoupled from keyboard and joypad. Clicking control with the mouse, giving it focus. No. Successfully switching focus via keypad joypad actions. Okay. It's not uncommon for systems to deliberately stylize these two input groups separately, enabling granular control for tool makers and UI designers. Fair enough. Imports. Address the previous shortcoming about Mesh Simplifier by ensuring the components themselves are simplified alongside collapsing edges. This enables topological complex sections of a larger mesh to more easily reach the desired LOD target. $24.90, $24.90, $12.44, $12.44, $7.76, $6.20, $72. So that's the old, that's the new. Is that correct? Because if that's the new, that looks much better. That one there looks much better than that one there. Because yeah, they haven't listed them. Yeah. Internationalization. Improvement of the CSV translations. This introduced support for optional context and plural columns. Oh, nice. Where the former passes crucial information to translators, while the latter declares plural equivalence to sentences. Plurals can be further expanded by a plural rule, which allows for further customization of languages to more complex plural specifications. I like that. I like that. So you've got context, English, letter, 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 context, alphabet, message, French, lettre, courrier. Russian. I've forgotten what that letter is. This is Pismo? Pismo? Something like that. What up, Insane? What are we looking at? This is the dev snapshot for Godot 4.6 beta 1. These are the changes they're doing to it. So they've added improvements to internationalization, which I really like. Giving us another cat and a dog. Okay, so that cat's just chilling out in the park. It's relaxing. That looks like it's two different cats. Like this cat is tackling the head of this cat. Yeah. That's what it looks like. And then this one's just a puppy dog in a field. And puppy dog standing in a field. This one's had effects applied to it. This one's been prettified. Beautified, if you will. So I think puppy wins. You think it's a tie? If you think it's a tie, but this one's got like filters applied to it and this one doesn't. I'll accept a tie. I'll accept a tie on that one. We'll accept a tie. Navigation. Open the door to engine backend selection for navigation servers. Godot doesn't have additional navigation backends at this time. This does grant users a way to efficiently disable the servers entirely via dummy, removing the need to recompile the engine entirely for games that don't require navigation systems for 2D and or 3D. Nice. Human applied filters or AI filters? Exactly. Exactly, Sammy. Physics has done an absolutely phenomenal job with integrating Jolt as first-class physics system for Godot. It's now at the point where we can confidently remove its experimental label and select it as the default. There we go. So in 4.6, Jolt will be the default physics engine for newly created projects. Android stuff, I'm not worried about that. Darylimus has continued their quest to make Wayland a first-class Windows protocol with the exciting introduction of game embedding. This was one of the final major roadblocks that kept us from confidently declaring Wayland's feature parity with X11, and nearly rounds out the major holdout towards embedded Windows support across all major platforms. Wayland implemented the XDG top-level icon v1 protocol. So, what's this doing? Introduction of game embedding. What do you mean by game embedding? As per tradition, I summarized the description and updated it with all the new developments ever since I opened this PR. If you want to see the original, check out the history. This PR implements game embedding on Wayland using a novel experimental approach. The code is basically feature complete with the exception of tablet support due to various quirks. Obviously, the editor must be running with the prefer Wayland option on the editor settings. When debugging, you can uncomment define Wayland embed debug logs enabled, which will completely blast your terminal with all of log information. Okay. The original conclusion is outdated in some ways. Like, what is it? Is it just like having the game embedded in the editor? Is that what it is? Because like at the moment it's like a separate window. So if I show you what it does at the moment. If I go game and I go embed game on next play, if I do this, you see how it has, you see this orange border here? You see this green border here? That's because it's not actually an embedded window. Like it's its own separate window. Yeah? It's its own separate window. Whereas this here will be a properly embedded window, I imagine. Without that extra pop-up window. That's what I assume. In which case, I like it. I like it. Good work. Good work. Direct 3D 12 to feature and stability parity with Vulkan so that we could make it a default rendering device driver on Windows. As a result, Windows users can safely sidestep issues with comparatively outdated Vulkan drivers, as Direct3D 12 is the mainstay renderer for modern programs with API kits. Rendering and shading. Okay, let's see if I can tell the difference between these before. I cannot. I see no difference. Glow after tone mapping. Glow before tone mapping. Before PR, after PR. They're the same, right? These two images are the same. Is that the point? Where features can take full advantage of HDR, like with those features with, like with those stuck with sRGB displays, there's been more visual quality improvements for everyone. Most obvious improvement was a result of modifying blend glow to occur before tone mapping and changing the default blend mode behavior to screen. So yeah, they're supposed to be the same. Is that right? Haven't already seen this. You've already seen this, been keeping up with development snapshots. What we haven't had a chance to show is white contrast, future HDR. This one, I can see a difference around here. Okay. There's a big diff. I can see the difference between those two. Yeah. This one, I can't see the difference. It's supposed to be the same, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this one looks more white. Looks more like there's better lighting going on in that one. Scythe overhauled our screen space reflection logic, resulting in higher quality visuals at reduced performance. Yeah, we've seen this one. That was a good one. XR, don't care about that. All right, nice. Very nice. I love it. Let's see. So, what we're going to do... Fine-tune the bobblehead effect, VFX effect. Pop that there. I'm just organizing things and getting them in priority. And getting them in order. Bug. Player resets when loading game process starts, but should wait until the load screen is displayed before it resets. I feel like I can actually just have the load screen be like, as soon as you click load or new game, it just pops up the load screen. Background image and bobblehead walking with Bobble. There we go. So we need to get those two things. Reach out to different company. Verify all text is in localization documents. All right, so we're gonna work through these from top to bottom. Once we've got all of these done, our demo is ready, as well as whatever bugs people report through the playtest. But we can start working on this now while we wait for the playtest stuff while we wait for the playtest build to get approved. Because I've already looked into creating a custom export template. There's not real, I can't really find documentation out there on how to do that. I just know it's possible, but there's like nothing explaining how to do it. And I don't want to spend like a week or two trying to figure out how to do that for something that I may not even use. So I'm just not going to bother with it. Not gonna bother with it. That's something we can look at in the future. Yeah. Maybe for a future game that doesn't require stuff. Maybe once we're better at C++ and whatnot. Yeah. Dragging and dropping blocks of text to rearrange it is so foreign to me. I've cut pasted my entire life. Oh, you're talking about like doing this. Like, it's definitely easier to just do that. Because then you've got to like, yeah. Especially in Obsidian. Like Obsidian's drag and drop. Like usually when you're dragging and dropping in something that's like a text editor like Obsidian, it'll like show you where it's going to. Whereas like this one here, it's, you gotta like position it sort of thing. And like that covers it. And that's probably a Wayland issue, if I'm honest. It's probably not an Obsidian issue. Like, so I'm not gonna hold it against him. Not gonna hold it against him. All right, what we'll do, we got 20 minutes left, so I figure I'll call it here. We're not gonna get anything done in that time. Tonight, we're gonna start going through these bugs, get these bugs finished off, get back into some coding and whatnot, some fun stuff. And then we'll start working through this list one by one. Once our playtest build is approved, I can put up a new playtest with these things implemented too. And then just keep adding new things to the playtest, and bug fixes that get reported and stuff like that. Don't forget, if you want to be in the playtest, there's a Discord section. You've got to go into the roles and channels thing, and you got to like set yourself to be a bobblehead person thingamajig. Yep. I should really set that up so that like inside the introduction, or that like inside, like have like an initial page where people can like select emotes or something, and it assigns them roles based on that, rather than having the question pop-up thingamajig. Got to find the roles channel. You should have it. It should be at the top. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious me, Coco. Good day, all you gidunts. All right, we're going to go for an extra 20. Get steamed. I'm very steamed, Coco. I'm very steamed indeed. How are you today, Coco? What were you up to? I'm just looking into... Well, now, thanks to your raid, I'm looking into this. I won't end my stream. I will keep going for another 20 minutes until the next ad break, at which point we will raid out before the ads. But yeah, we've migrated out of GitHub. For our for Bobble Shop Sim, so it now exists on our private Git repo, and I have set up a command specifically for project sync that allows me to specify a project name, so Bobble Shop Sim, for example, and that does a rsync from our documents projects folder of that project over to our NAS. Yeah. Backups and everything. What up, Jenny? How you doing? So load shop. Yeah, I do. And this does set up player. This here, in loading, I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of the tween. I just want to do modulate A 1.0. That's it. That's it. But the issue is this does a display finished. Huh. Yeah, I see what we need to do. So we're going to go set process true. Signals, hide tablet emit. Get rid of those. And then get rid of those. And then process waits until everything's finished. So let's test this out. Let's test this out. We have our splash screen. Anyone here going to watch the Game Awards tomorrow? I will be. It starts at 10:30 a.m. my time, which is an hour and 15 minutes ago. So I will be watching it on my other screen while we do game dev tomorrow. And depending on what happens, I might just keep I might just keep streaming tomorrow while the game awards go on, so that we can discuss the game awards as it happens. You know, may not finish at my normal time. I like that. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. And then the fade out is good. The fade out is good, and the initial snap to it. I like that. I prefer that. That's right. You know what we need to do? You know what's really important? End of day income expenses screen. Yeah, that's important. So we need to track each day how much money is spent, how much money is brought in. How much money is spent on how much money is spent total, or how much money is spent bills, inventory, and bills, inventory, advertising, and salaries. How much money made. Bobbleheads, cards, conscious bobbles. So like breaks it out. Art and what else? Art and deco. No, we'll just do other. Bobbleheads, cards, other. What else? Change in money. Gross and net change. Do we need a gross and net change? I don't think we do. Change in total money. New bills. New salaries. Daily ratings. Daily rating average sort of thing. I could show, you know, like a review rating change, which will be, you know, daily average rating. Daily average versus overall average change or diff. Overall average change. Daily highest rating. Daily lowest rating. Stuff like that. Yeah. So we can have an end screen that kind of displays all the information. fixed this by not having the load screen fade out. Yep. So that emits loading, and then we call start load is called deferred. So in the idle time, this will happen first, and the things like the tablet will hide, like, or the display, like the black loading screen will pop up. Oh, actually, that's something I should do as well. The loading screen. The loading screen, I'm going to change this. No, I'm going to add. No, I'll change you to be a canvas layer. I'm going to add a panel that takes up the entire screen. Confused as to how that works. I think it may need a project reload. Now, apparently this, I change you back to a control. No. Git checkout UI loading TSCN. Oh, okay. That's what it is. So I can change you to a canvas layer. I can go over here. I can close you out. Go into our loading script. Change you to be a canvas layer. And what we'll do is visible true. Playtest soon, yes. Playtest soon. I might finish this off tonight. I might finish it because this is going to be a bit more involved than I thought. I'm going to need to change things around and whatnot. But Macquarie, all we're waiting on now is for Steam to approve our playtest build. That's been sitting with them for a day, and it takes up to 7 business days. So we're looking somewhere in the area of the 15th for the playtest. Yeah. 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 All right. What we'll do, we're going to raid out before the ads hit. Let's see. Let's raid. We could go to IRAD. Go to IRAD. We could go to 10. Let's go IRAD. Go IRAD. It's been a minute since we've seen IRAD. Now the problem is IRAD's not at his desk. So, you know, we'll just hope that he gets back in time. Can't wait for the playtest. Me too. The playtest is going to be fun. It's going to be super fun. Oodles of fun. Oodles of poodles of fun. Yeah? Alright. Tonight. So much that's been completed. Tonight we will finish off updating this load screen, which I'm going to put here as update load screen process. So that's the one we're going to be working on now. We'll finish that off tonight, and then we will fix this up. And then we will add filtering for this stuff. I think there's a bug. I think there's a bug around displaying the cards, but yeah, we'll get those things done tonight. See you in about 5 hours. Have a good day, you get dunce.